2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2.
All good, okay. Welcome to the hybrid meeting of the full November Council. Can I ask everyone to please mute their microphones at all times unless invited to speak? Are we all listening? Thank you. Okay, open announcements, and this is serious, so please do be quiet. Members, this month we heard of the sad passing of former member and Mayor of Craigavon Council, Alan Locke. Alan was also father of our friend and colleague Hilary Doyle, and I'm now going to ask Councillor Julie Flaherty to lead us in our tributes to Alan and his family.
There we go. Thank you, Lord Mayor, for granting me the opportunity as party group leader of the Ulster Unionist group here in ABC to pay tribute to a true gentleman and send our condolences to a very much loved member of staff at the same time. At the beginning of the month, we had a lovely service of Thanksgiving for the life of Mr. George Alan Locke in Edenderry Presbyterian Church. And what a life he had. It was a most beautiful service, and I do hope that the attendance and respect for Alan was felt by the family, and in particular in this place. May I send our condolences to Hilary, Alan's daughter, a very much loved and valued member of staff to us members. Hilary, you may have no regrets, and please take your time to rest and grieve and strengthen. Alan is fondly remembered as a dedicated public servant and pillar of the Ulster Unionist Party, and he leaves behind a legacy of unwavering commitment to his community and his country. He was utterly dedicated to service in local government, business and the wider community. Alan faced tragedy in his early childhood years and left school at only 14. To serve his time in TA Shillington, many of us know it well, prior to taking up the mantle in Lock Tools and Lock Travel, which many also will remember. So began a lifetime of service to the community, both as a respected businessman, Lord Mayor, and as a public representative. He served as an Ulster Unionist councillor for over 20 years in what would now be part of my DEA in Portadown. Serving as Mayor of Craigavon in 1989, he exemplified leadership, integrity and a great care for the people he represented. He was a founding member of the South Ulster Housing Association. Indeed, his family home, his former home in Thomas Street, was named Lock House. Some of you may know where it is, in recognition of his contribution. He was a great advocate for local business and has been remembered with pride as a long-serving member of Portadown Chamber of Commerce. But he was more than a politician, Lord Mayor. He was a man of principle and compassion and fun too, and always striving to bring people together and uplift his community. His years of service as a veteran Ulster Unionist demonstrated his steadfast dedication to the values he held dear and his vision for a better Northern Ireland. To his family, friends and colleagues, he was not only a leader but a mentor and a source of inspiration for many of us. His passing, aged 95, may mark the end of an era, but his contributions and the lives he touched will remain his enduring legacy. There is a higher throne than all this world has known, where faithful ones from every tongue will one day come. George Alan Locke, your dedication and kindness will not be forgotten. And if, Lord Mayor, you just may give me one more moment, my party here in Portadown in particular have lost another lady this week, Betty Jones, one of the funniest, kindest, most loyal friends, particularly to the women in our party. From my first days joining as a rookie member with a broken heart. So, Betty, every time we lift a china cup in the office, we will think of you. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, for the time.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty. Next, I'm going to bring in Alderman Moutry, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. On behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party, I want to be associated with the remarks made in relation to the late Alan Locke tonight. I knew Alan since the time he was on council, even long before I ever came on council. And Alan was ahead of his times whenever he was in this council. He was an excellent representative, not only of his party and his town, but also of the Borough of Craigavon in the 70s and 80s. I would like to be As I said, associated with the remarks, Alan was not only well known in council but in business across this borough and further afield. To Hilary, Nigel and their respected families, I would like to extend our deepest sympathies at this time, and in Alan's case, knowing it is absent from the body, present with the Lord. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Mitry. Next, I'm going to bring in Councillor Lowry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and just on behalf of the Alliance Group, we want to share our condolences as well to Alan's family, in particular his daughter Hilary, who we all know. Remember my granda speaking a number of times about Alan Locke's tool shop and going in there for a good deal, so he is still fondly remembered right across the community. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Next, I'll bring in Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor. I would just like to concur with the remarks that have been made, especially the tribute so ably presented by Councillor Flaherty. I attended the service in thanksgiving for the late Mr. Alan Locke, and it was a very fitting, beautiful service conducted by the Reverend Orr, and it really did outline, as Julie has said, the life and the busy life of Alan Locke, not just as a family man, but a businessman, but also a community representative, and everything he done with distinction, pride and compassion. And obviously would sympathise with one of our staff members, Hilary, on the loss of her father. One word that would come out when you think of Alan Locke, and that's gentleman, and that's exactly what Alan Locke was a gentleman to everybody that met him, and I would continue to offer my sympathies to the family at this time.
Thank you, Alderman Berry. Next, I'm going to bring in Councillor O'Hanlon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And can I just be associated with the remarks and the words of condolences to the family of Mr. Locke? I didn't know him, but obviously would know Hilary through her work here. And, you know, they say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So if you listen to the tributes to Mr. Locke, all those attributes that have been bestowed upon him have been passed on to Hilary. So I want to be associated with those remarks and add my condolences to the Locke family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hanlon. Next, I'm going to bring in Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor. I'd like to be associated with everything that has been said here tonight. It's very clear that Mr. Lockhart was a fantastic councillor and a very successful businessman. And I think it's fantastic that this has been brought to the council chamber tonight, and I'd like to pass on my condolences to Hilary and all the family circle on a sad passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Next, I'm going to bring in Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And on behalf of our group, and I just want to send heartfelt condolences to Hilary on the loss of her dear daddy, Alan. Hilary is such a family person, and there are clearly values that have been instilled in her by her father, who have no doubt spent a lifetime being so proud of Hilary and the grandchildren that she has given to him. So I just want to let her know that our thoughts are with her, and we'll keep her in our prayers.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Members, I have two apologies, one from Councillor Joy Ferguson and then another from Alderman Greenfield. Is there any more from the floor? No? Okay. We're going to move then to 2.1. Can I get a proposer and a seconder that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 28th of October be taken as read and approved? Proposed by Councillor Hare and seconded by Don't be afraid. Alderman Moutry, thank you very much. Okay, members, item 3 is the declarations of interest. Can we agree to take these as we progress, or does anyone want to come in? Councillor O'Hanlon?
Yeah, Lord Mayor, thank you. Just in relation to the minutes of full council, where we had the presentation from the Executive Office in relation to the women's strategy, can I ask that we invite Women's Aid in? I think it's important that we hear a voice from the sector, and there was a unanimous vote of support for Women's Aid across the meeting that night, but I think it would be useful maybe to hear about them and their work in the borough, so if we could extend an invite to them, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hanlon. I think that's an excellent suggestion. Are we all in agreement with that, members, that that takes place? Okay, and then Councillor Mackle's going to come in.
No, Lord Mayor, I was just going to second Councillor O'Hanlon's proposal.
Thank you. Just in terms of procedures, I suppose I had quite a lengthy debate about the Gideons coming in at committee. At council, it was committee they have to go to first, so I think. But the same for Women's Aid, would have to go to the relevant committee, just as custom and practice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think that's something that's going to be ratified later on this evening from memory, Lord Mayor, in terms of the governance minutes. But I mean, if members want, we can bring it back and put it formally through governance committee.
Thank you. Would it be prudent then just to defer this decision, which I've no issue with, just to say, but if it was, we'll do it after. We'll do that.
Okay, members, we're now on to 4.1 and we're going to have a presentation from the Ulster Farmers Union. I'm now going to welcome Alexander Kinnear, Parliamentary Officer, to the meeting this evening. Alexander is now going to take us through a presentation and we'll be happy to take questions following this. Thank you. If you could just press your button.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you very much, Lord Mayor and Deputy Lord Mayor, for the invitation to speak to the full council this evening. I'm here tonight representing our organisation, but not only that, representing the 25,000 farmers that we have within Northern Ireland. Of a population of 1.9 million people, we're feeding over 10 million people, and we're putting about £6 billion through the Northern Irish economy. So we represent a significant proportion of our economy and represent the rural backbone, if you like. As you'll see, the 4 pictures attached on the first slide, our organisation is now covering, I suppose, 4 different political chambers, and as a result of Brexit, we still have much of EU law which applies in Northern Ireland, but our money now comes from Westminster. But of course, agriculture is devolved to Stormont, and then obviously we deal very much with our councillors as well. And we are very grateful for this council for bringing forward an agriculture strategy which was quite unique in itself and has really put other council areas, it puts the spotlight on them to highlight the issue. Our industry is based on 2 fundamental foundations. Number 1 being family farm ownerships of land, and number 2 being that government provide monies to compensate for poor market returns, and that will be the key theme, if you like, of the presentation this evening. So just briefly on our organisation, we have about 12,000 family farm memberships, but of course whenever you multiply up the amount of people who are actually actively farming, we do represent the vast majority of 25,000 farmers that exist in Northern Ireland. We're a grassroots organisation and democratic, and you can see that laid out in our structure, where we take our policy decisions based from the ground up. And I bring apologies on behalf of our President. He can't be here tonight because our own executive meets tonight, which is the main decision-making body of our organisation. As well as that, we have an office out in Brussels called the British Agricultural Bureau, where the 4 Farming UK unions still maintain a presence out in Brussels, which is obviously very relevant given the unique situation Northern Ireland has found itself in. Tonight, I hadn't planned to touch or to speak very at length on the budget, but obviously events over the past number of weeks have overtaken that. And whilst I'll go on to speak about devolved issues very shortly, what happened as a result of the recent budget has been quite a decimation of our industry going forward. Our number one request going into the election was that our farm support and development budget would not only be ring-fenced, but as well as that, it would be inflation-proofed and multi-annual. As a result of the Chancellor's decisions, we now no longer have any of those things. We no longer have a ring fence on our budget, and that was something that we had carried on from whenever we left the European Union. We also have only a guarantee that our budget for 25-26 will be an annual budget, and we will have to fight alongside the other departments as well. That brings us a lot of concern. Whenever we were in the European Union, the CAP allowed us, the Common Agriculture Policy allowed us to have budgets for 7 years. Whenever we left, we then moved to 5 years under the Conservative government. And then we have, as I say, we have now moved to a yearly budget, which brings major concern because there's no guarantee in funding. And of course, farming is a generational matter, which I will touch on now, but it needs long-term investment and simply can't rely upon annual figures. As well as that, we've saw seismic changes in agricultural property relief, and of course that is what has grabbed the headlines over this past number of weeks, where if these changes are brought in the spring of 2026, it will see significant pressure on small-scale family farming, not only in Northern Ireland but throughout the United Kingdom. But of course Northern Ireland is much going to be worse off than that due to our structure and due to our land size and availability and price per acre compared to other parts of the United Kingdom. So these are clearly issues which UK Treasury haven't taken into account. That all resulted in a mass rally which we had last week in the Icon Centre, which many of you here tonight were in attendance, and which our First and Deputy First Minister addressed a crowd of over 6,500 people. That was quite a seismic event, not only for us as an organisation, but clearly this issue has tapped into a nerve within the industry and has caused major concern going forward. Many described this decision as the straw that has broken the camel's back because there has been a feeling amongst the agriculture community, not only on this issue but on a number of issues, that farmers aren't being listened to, aren't respected and are unwanted in our society, which causes big concern. So not only are we going to see issues for family farms, and of course we can touch on this later with questions as well, but also for food security. We're looking at 2 million extra people in the UK population by 2030, and absolutely nothing in the recent budget to shore up food security, which should be a concern of us all, bearing in mind that Northern Ireland is feeding such a huge amount of the UK population and other populations as well. Moving to devolved issues, there's a number of them which I want to touch on tonight and are of particular relevance, I suppose, at council level as well. But I can't stress enough that the ring-fenced agriculture budget is the thread that runs through all of these issues. And if there's no guarantee of funding, well then there's no guarantee of policy delivery. Of course, we have a new DAERA minister, and the Alliance Party have taken up that brief, which is the first time the party has held that position. But we do note as well that DAERA was left to the last choice under the hunt. So the Alliance Party haven't necessarily got it through choice, but by default. And again, for the rest of the parties, we do note that that was not their first or second or indeed third choice in many cases as well. The number one issue, I suppose, which I want to touch on tonight is the issue of climate change and, of course, Lough Neagh as well, and what we can see there, what's happening with the lough, but as well what farmers are trying to do to overcome those challenges. But the context to all of this is now that we have a Climate Change Act, which is law in Northern Ireland, and we are approaching our first climate change action plan, which has to be delivered for 2027. But of course, this union put up a very strong argument against the arguments that were put up at the time, where Northern Ireland had to achieve net zero in itself as a country. Of course, the Climate Change Committee rightly put forward advice that that was going to be undeliverable. and advised a different route, which of course was originally put forward but rejected by Stormont. That has resulted in Northern Ireland having to achieve net zero by 2050 instead of listening to the advice of the Climate Change Committee, where they had made exceptions for Northern Ireland's heavily reliance on agriculture, but more so than that, their reliance on livestock-based agriculture. As well as what was included in the Climate Change Act, the Just Transition Fund, which and Commission, which the Minister launched last week in terms of the consultation on that. That phrase, again, in many cases is a political phrase, and whilst we were sceptical at the start, it is now a principle that is enshrined in law, and all political parties had made the claim that farmers must receive a just transition and receive money to transition to a greener future, if you like. But of course, due to the recent budget, and as I said at the start, our organisation put forward that we wanted an inflation-proof budget. We now don't even have a budget. Never mind ensure that there's more money to go into farmers. So that's a key concern going forward, where we have no guarantee of funding but have to meet legal targets. So that's a path that is going to collide very shortly, and again will be up to Stormont to decide how to proceed. And I also note as well that Scotland have changed their climate change targets, and of course we encourage our politicians to do the same. Whenever it comes to Lough Neagh, farmers have been in for a tough time in terms of the blame game regarding that there, but as an organisation we hold our hands up and we say that our farmers have to do more. But agriculture is exactly where society wanted it to be, and they're producing cheap food and producing a lot of it, and that's what society wanted, and that's what society has got, and hence it's going to take time for farmers to transition. We do note as well the need for reform within Northern Ireland Water, maintenance around the loch as well, and indeed the impact of our temperatures which are rising, and zebra mussels amongst other things. So it's not entirely an agriculture related problem, and something we need to remember. The final point on my slide as well is around the Independent Environmental Agency, which appears to be the desire of the majority of politicians at Stormont. Of course, as an organisation, we don't see any need for an independent environmental agency, because what is that going to deliver that NIEA haven't already delivered? And that's the key thing going forward. Why on earth create another body which would be very unable to be accountable, if you like, to our democratic system, and that does cause us concern. Another big topic, of course, is bovine TB and what is happening throughout our industry. This is certainly the #1 issue amongst livestock farmers, and the Minister just confirmed today that over 20,000 cattle have been slaughtered as a result of TB over the past 12 months alone. TB is out of control in Northern Ireland, and we eagerly await the Minister's decision this week whenever he announces to the ERA Committee what he intends to do. But of course, this only isn't a farmer problem, it's a taxpayer's problem, because the budget is going to hit over 60 million, or just about 60 million this year, which is a significant amount of money. But as well as that, the mental health concerns of our rural population and the health of the countryside, where we see an out-of-control badger population impacting on ground nesting birds, decimating the hedgehog population, and as well as that, bumblebee populations as well. So as an organisation, we want to see wildlife intervention and our politicians at Stormont to follow the science, which indicates that this is a holistic approach needed, but wildlife intervention being the #1 objective. The final point I want to raise is about ammonia and planning permission in Northern Ireland, which is very relevant not only to this council but all councils in Northern Ireland. We are seeing huge difficulties when it comes to allowing planning permission on farms to take place. As an organisation, we understand the huge ammonia problems that there are in Northern Ireland. However, whenever we put forward logical arguments such as the need for betterment and replacement of farm buildings, not only to improve our environment but also to improve animal welfare, we continually are rejected by DAERA and those within control. So we're looking at about 97% of Northern Ireland where you're unable to get agriculture planning permission, which is, of course is a huge problem, but we appreciate the work of councillors and indeed other political parties in raising this issue. So my final slide, and apologies for slightly running over the 10 minutes, is on the future of our industry and what that looks like. And of course, really will Labour change their budget to compensate for the detrimental impact it's going to have on Northern Ireland? They appear to be digging in for now, so of course that leaves the question as to where family farm structures go to and the next generation of farming. As I've mentioned about the ring-fenced future support budget, it's vital that that budget is ring-fenced whenever allocations are made in spring 2025. But not only are we dealing with issues such as money, other issues, both big and small, we continue to work on as an organisation, whether it's from Brexit and the importation of veterinary medicines, or more optimistic areas such as renewables and biomethane that we look forward to. But of course, our global population is going to hit 10 billion people by 2050, and during the climate change debate we often heard an argument from some within our political quarters that Northern Ireland should feed itself alone and forget about feeding the rest of the world. Of course, that's a very selfish ambition, and we can see the wars that are going on throughout the world and how COVID and indeed Ukraine highlighted how much pressure our food systems are under. But just to finish, Northern Ireland farmers are under pressure like never before. I think we have never been under attack on so many fronts, whether that's to do with climate, Lough Neagh, or now the very nature on which our businesses are formed in terms of inheriting land and keeping that for the next generation. So all political help is appreciated, but particularly tonight, these issues being highlighted at council level do much credit to your constituents, which I am also one. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander, for that very timely presentation. We have a number of lights on. I'm going to bring in Councillor McClellan first, please.
Okay, Lord Mayor, can I first of all declare an interest as the owner of an arable farming business and also as a member of the Ulster Farmers Union. I suppose as a member here who was responsible for proposing that we bring both Ulster Farmers Union and indeed rural support along, it's good, Alexander, to welcome you here this evening, and can I thank you on behalf of everyone for your presentation. I think there's no doubt the farmers and the farming community are hurting at this time. There's a lot of pent-up anger and frustration and resentment and so on. And I think you are perfectly right to highlight the three main issues, which are inheritance tax, the whole climate change issue, and also TB. And I suppose just each of them in turn, there's a motion, you may be aware, in my name coming a wee bit later on to council on the whole inheritance tax issue. It was great to see over 6,000 people at the Icon 1 week ago, and it just shows the fact that there was maybe X thousand more who were turned away, and actually most of them seem to have went to Sprucefield and sold out McDonald's of Sprucefield. So that shows how important the farming community is. There are other outlets available for food, I hasten to add, Lord Mayor. But, so, that's on the inheritance tax piece. To move on to the climate change piece, you are absolutely right in terms of the narrative that you give around the UK Climate Change Committee and so on, recommending that because of Northern Ireland's unique scenario that we had to show reductions of 82% by 2050. Back as far as May 2021, I, on behalf of my party colleagues, brought a motion to this council that this council notes the concern or notes with concern the terms of the private member's bill. Lord Mayor Alexander, there were farmers in the meeting that night. There are farmers in the meeting tonight. That night in 2021, it was only Alderman Barry that supported the motion. So perhaps there will be a road to Damascus experience this evening. We'll just have to wait and see. But on a more serious note, my question is, how can we as a council help UFU regarding all of these issues? And I suppose I'm especially thinking around the climate change piece, because that has formed the most of my remarks here this evening. So essentially my question is, what can we as council do to help UFU? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McClelland. Alexander, could I just get you to press that button again? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Tim. I think you raise a valid point around what the council can do going forward. I think continually raising the issue at the highest levels, not only here but within your political parties as well. This is an issue and a mistake that was made at Stormont, and it's hence going to have to be undone and unpicked at Stormont. And I do again emphasise the point that Scotland have recognised that they brought in a Climate Change Act that was too onerous as well, and have decided to undo it. And if you like, not water their ambition down, but to ensure that the ambition matches the science and matches the budget of the current day going forward. I think in order to hit 2027, and I'm not just sure whether these figures are accurate, but it's going to cost Stormont something like 2.7 billion extra in order to deliver what they want to deliver in the climate action plan. So that's not going to happen because the money's not there, number one. But again, I think looking at the wider budget debate, we're now very much in a worse off position than where we were. So the situation was a mistake and was bad before, but we're now even in more dangerous territory going forward. And I note what the Minister says about bringing in a Just Transition Fund and Commissioner, and whilst those ambitions are very honourable, they're going to lead to unintended consequences for us all. And again, I think if politicians really meant what they said last Monday night in terms of backing family farms, well then changing the Climate Act pretty quickly is something that needs to become a part of discussions around the executive table.
Thank you, Alexander. Next, I'm going to bring in the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor. Alexander, thank you very much for your presentation. And I suppose just to pick up on one point there, and I too was there at the Econ Centre last week, but I didn't go to McDonald's because I prefer to support local, so I would myself personally. But it's great to see, and it's great to see all the scripted speeches from the politicians. And I would encourage you to have another meeting at the end of January and bring them all back, every single one of them, and ask them what they have achieved. I think that will be the mark of the outcome of that event. But look, you've touched on different issues there, and yes, the property tax relief thing as well. And it is, my phone hasn't stopped over this last week or two from farmers, and I'm sure yours is the same. And their deep concern and the way it's ripping families apart, the devastating effect that this Labour government is having on our farming community and our business community. Because this also affects the national insurance as well, because within this council we're proud to say that we have delivered the agri-strategy. We've brought the agri-strategy to fore. There's 7,000 people employed. Those employers have to pay that national insurance, which is going to have a devastating effect. And in turn, we had Adam Hansen over that day at the launch of that, which I attended, unlike other people. But anyway, we'll come back to that after a while. The whole thing, we're here, we've got to be supporting our farming community for a fair share of profits throughout the food chain. That is what the future holds about food security, working together with our farming community. That's in our council area, 7,000 people employed on the back of agri. But all those support businesses and everything that's needed within that agri strategy, that agri industry within our area is paramount. The TB, I know from personal experiences, putting 6 cows on the back of a lorry, 2 days off calving to go to be slaughtered. I know what that feels like. I know what that is. The devastating effect that has on your own well-being, never mind anything else. To see cows, and then whenever they're tested in the lab, they come back clear. The testing is a major problem. It's costing this economy tens of millions of pounds per year on that, and the impact that has on family farms. You're right, we're based on a family farm system, so we are, and that's what's important and paramount to this council. And yes, our planning, where people wanting to put chicken houses up, can't get the chicken houses up, but yet companies in this area are happy to bring in 2 container load a week of chicken from Taiwan, which is put in around the whole our local economy. So it is having a devastating effect. The pollution within Lough Neagh, again, it's okay for Northern Ireland Water to pollute land, and I could show you a video of our own land that has been polluted by Northern Ireland Water with the sewage flowing over it for maybe in excess of a week before they step up to the mark to clear it. So it is, and that runs into the rivers, and that goes into Lough Neagh, which is classed as agri runoff. So it is. And we could go on. Your car washes around the country, it uses high phos soap. Where does that go? Each one of you washing your car at home, if you do that, the soap you're using has a high phosphate content on it. Some of the soaps have a high phosphate content on it. So that ends up in the drains, that ends up in your water courses. So, farmers are the easy target, but we're not the total problem here. And the agriculture community, and I give credit where credit's due, the farmers are stepping up to the mark and they're starting to deliver on that all. And just in finishing, as regards to the notice of motion, Councillor McClelland, if you would have read it clearly, you would have seen it was out of date at the time, but perhaps I can show you that afterwards. Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Next, I have Councillor Lavery, please.
Thank you, Alexander. And just to bring it back, I suppose, to yourself there, Dear may not have been Ulster's first choice, but if I was a decision maker, I would have picked it first. That's true. It's true. And that's because I'm an environmentalist, and it's a question about the environment which I'd like to ask you. Indeed, regarding Lough Neagh, you've spoke about the Lough Neagh blame game as such. You've touched on that the impact has, suppose, come from 3 sources: climate change, zebra mussels and pollution. But regarding the pollution, from the report in the summer, it says about 12% is from septic tanks, 24% is from wastewater infrastructure, and when Northern Ireland Water are in here in January, I think, we'll certainly be asking them about it. However, it's the 62%, I suppose, from agriculture, which I'd like to ask you about. Obviously, the Ulster Farmers Union is a leader in the community. What are you actively doing with your members to try and get that down, or to find out where the actual sources are of it? Because I know many farmers, and they all are trying to do their best, but this issue is still occurring. And especially in our own borough here, the majority of our drinking water does come from Lough Neagh, so it is a concern to the vast majority of residents in the borough who have actually drank water that's tasted in an appropriate fashion because of this this large issue. So I suppose just to get into a bit more of the specifics there, which you're touched on, give you the opportunity to do so, to talk about what you're doing on the ground with local farmers in order to reduce that agricultural pollution. Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you very much for that question. And I think first and foremost, farmers are as much environmentalists as anybody else as well. And I'll draw that distinction as well. And thankfully, and to point out as well, Minister Muir hasn't endorsed the blame game and has quite fairly, as indeed a lot of parties at Stormont have identified the key areas of problems. And I think that blame game is going on more so in sort of external lobbying that goes on, but we're very thankful that our politicians haven't entered into that. I suppose you quote a number of figures there on what our organisation is doing going forward. We are looking at bringing in water quality officers and seeking funding for that, to bring them within our organisation to go out and train our members in terms of what they should be looking out for, what they can be doing better. So that's, I suppose, an immediate action. But as well as that, I suppose it's what journey have we been on going forward? And of course, the issues to do with Lough Neagh, as you rightly know, just didn't pop up last summer. They've been going on for a generation or two before. So it's probably happened over 40 years, and it's probably going to take us 40 years to get out of the problems that we're already in. I draw to the point, agriculture is where society wanted it, and where successive governments, not only at Westminster but here in Northern Ireland, wanted it as well, and where in particular DAERA wanted it, and indeed the wider executive. So we've been on a journey for quite some time, over a period of years. We had the Nutrients Action Programme, which was introduced, I think, pre-2010, which ensured that farmers in Northern Ireland had to spread their manure, spread fertiliser, different things in an efficient way, but also in an environmentally friendly way. Now, does that mean that every farmer gets it right? Not at all. But within any organisation, within any body of people or group in Northern Ireland, of course, there's going to be those bad apples that don't abide by the rules, and of course the book should be thrown at them because they take away from the good work everybody else is doing. As well as that, with the previous DAERA minister, we co-designed, and then with the current minister who has endorsed the scheme and is pushing it on, the future support package, which I talked about. And aside from the fact that now there's no more ring-fence money, what has been enacted in that, and as you'll see in that slide, around the soil testing that we're doing throughout every field in Northern Ireland, the LADAR mapping. We're part of a sustainability body, ruminant genetics, carbon footprinting. All of the measures of which government give money to farmers for are for not only getting closer to net zero, but also about improving sustainability, whether that be in Lough Neagh or anything else. And as well as that, I suppose, through the equipment which we're using on farm. So our farmers are going to make great strides. We have a lot more to do, but we have done a significant amount in the past. And I think we can prove the journey we've been on, we can prove the successes of that. But whenever you ask other companies, such as Northern Ireland Water, what they're going to do going forward, you're going to hit a very different question. But as well as that, you know, who brought the zebra mussels into Lough Neagh? It certainly wasn't our farmers that done it. And you mentioned the fact about our temperatures and things changing. So again, it's a holistic approach, and that's the key thing going forward. And Lough Neagh being a successful lough to the community, to fishermen, to everybody else, that's as much as important as it is to our members as it is anybody else. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Next, I'm going to bring in Alderman Berry, please.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor, and thank you to Alexander for your presentation. A very detailed presentation, and hits the points very, very well. I think it's important that, and I would commend the Ulster Farmers Union for the rally they had, and what I would say to you, Alexander, which I've no doubt it has been said to you before, keep that momentum going, because the only test, as others have said, will be in the next week, month or year ahead, because not only have you focused on the family farm tax tonight, which is a massive issue, but you've focused on the climate change targets and the need for, or the need not for, an independent environment agency, which I believe we don't need it, because NIE is there and as effective as they possibly can be. And you were quite right in saying that the farming community is coming from under attack from left, right and centre as we currently speak. Men and women who are just running their family farms. I have a father-in-law, I have a brother-in-law, I have quite a number of those within my family who run family farms, and the dairy and the hens and the sheep. And I know the sacrifice that they put in, like every farmer across this country. And as you have rightly said, that Northern Ireland is unique in relation to the land size, the availability of land and the price per acre. And in my day job, I suppose that's part of my issue that I focus on. But I would like to ask you, Alexander, because there is a debate coming up, and I think it would be helpful for us to focus on the family farm tax issue, because we have heard the Secretary of State claiming that it really doesn't impact, this proposal from the Labour government really doesn't impact on that many farmers. But as one who is involved in land sales, and you will know, being a farmer from the area, County Armagh is one of the highest areas price per acre, obviously because of the good land that it is and the good farms that are out there. But he claims that, and how do you as an Ulster Farmers Union get that message across that that is not a true statement? Because I see the price of farms, and we all know the price of farms and the impact that comes with dwellings, with sheds, with livestock, with machinery. Is there any percentage that Ulster Farmers Union have there at the minute within Northern Ireland as to the amount of farmers that would be or could be possibly impacted by this? And even drilling down into the ABC area, you quite kindly commended the Council for our active work in relation to our agriculture strategy, and we thank you for that. And if there's anything that we can continue to do to help you and the Ulster Farmers Union in that, would be helpful. But I think it would be helpful for us, maybe not for you tonight, maybe not have got that answer in front of you, but if you do, or in the future, it would be helpful for us to know within possibly this area, or indeed Northern Ireland, as to the number of farms that currently could be impacted by this disastrous proposal. I think the one place that possibly, hopefully this will meet its death will be in the House of Lords, and we all know the reasons why there. But I think it's important that you guys keep the momentum going, not just on the farm tax issue, but on many more agriculture issues, because you quite rightly said you guys are environmentalists. I see farmers working on a daily basis, and the things that they do to keep a good farm and to keep a good farm going, and so many times you get hammered for the wrong reason. And I'd like to thank you for coming here tonight and for your presentation, but if you have an answer, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I think a couple of things. We launched our petition, which had over 15,000 signatures, or just about 15,000 signatures on it, and we handed that to the Secretary of State last Tuesday, whenever we were over in London. We did notice comments that he made on Good Morning Ulster the previous morning or week before, which were inaccurate. And I suppose, albeit we don't have really ABC figures, if you like, but it would draw your attention to the DAERA analysis of what has happened. And Minister Muir thankfully asked his officials to investigate what this was going to mean. And he came up with a figure of about a third of Northern Ireland's farms would be affected, with about 75% of dairy farms. And he also made a couple of comments today, I think, around that was 60% of the owned land in Northern Ireland was going to be impacted. That was within a third of those farms. So Northern Ireland is going to be disproportionately affected because of the reasons that you have highlighted out. But it's very clear Treasury haven't analysed that or taken that into consideration. It was quite telling when this was announced that DEFRA, which is the body in England which is really our DAERA, said that Treasury had got this wrong and that their figures were worse. DAERA then done their analysis, which painted an even more bleak picture, and our own private consultants are saying that the situation is actually much worse than that. So I think, yes, whilst it takes into account land and dwelling houses, as well as that stock and machinery and BPR as well has to be taken into account. I suppose we do note that some people are turning this into an argument around inherited wealth and the issues around that, and whether people believe that to be the case. But we're very much saying that those big businesses that come in to buy agricultural land to escape inheritance tax away at them because they're of no addition to agriculture. Also for families that inherit land and sell it on straight away, that's another issue that has to be looked at. What we're talking about is the family farms in the middle, and we encourage people to look towards other countries in Europe, what they are doing. For example, Germany have a rule that you have to actively farm for 7 years after you inherit in order to escape paying the tax. So this is about keeping farms not only within families, which is important, but as well as that, shoring up food security. And that's the big question here. Do we want to feed ourselves, or do we want to rely on other countries to feed us? And then the impacts that has on poorer nations, and that leads into a whole host of other debates. But again, we disagree with what the Secretary of State has said, and I think, to be fair to him, when we met him, he was in listening mode, and really his role, not only to be an advocate for Labour and the government, he has to advocate for Northern Ireland within the government, and we hope he's going to do that over the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, Alexander. Next, I'm going to bring in Councillor McElrath.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor, and thank you, Alexander, for a really comprehensive presentation. Very much appreciated, and coming in here tonight, giving of your time. I really hadn't intended to speak, Alexander, but I'm going to give you a personal perspective, which might also help members here to understand where we're at in farming. I was reared in a family farm in Tyrone, 5 children, reared in a family farm of 35 acres, milking 20 cows. I think we'd all understand now that that's totally unsustainable. And you did mention there the demand for cheap food. I noted that in 1980, 30% of family disposable income was spent on food. Today it's around 11. So that gives us a kind of a perspective where we're at, and it has driven small farms, as it were, out of business. But it's the demand, as you say, Alexander, for cheap food has led to that, and it's also then led to some of the problems that we're seeing now in terms of the use of nitrates and all. So it's really just to give a perspective, not really a question, but it's something even that members here that maybe aren't familiar with farming, those small farms are not sustainable because of the intensive nature to produce food, cheap food, that's probably 1/3 of where we were in 1980. So that's just to give members maybe here and others a perspective of the situation. And listen, really appreciate what you guys are doing. It's a tough time. Keep going. Fantastic rally last Monday night. It was a privilege to be there and to see the unity, the political unity at that rally. And I think a lot can be taken out of that moving forward. But again, it was really just an observation. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McElrath. I'm going to bring in Councillor O'Hanlon, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Alexander, for your presentation this evening. I have to say, sat here, 15 years, whatever it is, and it's probably one of the most articulate presentations we've had from someone representing their industry, so I have to say to you, very well done. Though, listen, just picking up on what Alderman Berry was referring to in terms of the price of land, I think maybe that was a pitch for him. He's going to tell us that he's doing a special offer and he's going to do a reduction in commission rates. But look, I suppose as a son of a farmer, though, my grandfather always said it's a bad house that can't rear one gent, in that I wasn't the farmer that came through the ranks. But I think it's important that we do put on record the importance of the farm industry to not just the economy, but also to the fact that it feeds the people. And I know it's not always popular, but the farmer doesn't get a good press because it's not the farmer who's doing all the pollution across our area that we're dealing with as a local authority in the first instance. And a lot of it is the big industries that we're holding up to high regard whenever we come into economic development committees and others. So I think it's important that we as an elected body remember that. But, and I've no question for you, but what I will say is I think Councillor Savage referred to a point in bringing people back together in January and ask them exactly what they have done. It's all right standing for photographs, it's all right standing on stages, but unless they deliver, it's no good to the farmer.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hanlon. Finally, I'm going to bring in Alderman Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor. I'd like to commend Alexander for his presentation there. He hit a lot of nails in the head there in such a short space of time, all very relevant to the local farmers, main issues that really is causing concern. Your TB and inheritance tax is another one lumbered on us. And as Councillor O'Hanlon said, people outside the bracket don't really understand. You buy land in Scotland for 5,000 an acre, England for 10,000 an acre. There's land sold beside me there, made 30,000 an acre. So there's 6 times more than Scotland right away. So it'll be a small farm here that'll reach the inheritance tax bracket. It'll not even be that small a farm, the current value. So it's just to commend the Farmers Union team for fighting our corner. They do it on a regular basis. So pass on our heartfelt thanks, Alexander, for that.
Thank you, Alderman Kennedy. Next, I'm going to bring in Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thanks, Alexander, for excellent presentation. A lot of members here tonight. I've had a lot of farmers talking to me over the last few weeks and sharing their deep concern, the disastrous budget that Labour has forced upon the farmers. And it seems to be very, very clear that common sense is not so common. What they're doing to our farmers, our businesses and our pensioners is just absolutely deplorable. I just can't believe there's no common sense there at all. And one of the most troubling aspects of it is the damage that it's going to do to our farming sector in Northern Ireland. Agriculture is the biggest sector in Northern Ireland with over 22,000 farms. And if our farmers aren't doing well, businesses won't do well. It's actually clear to be seen, and it's been seen over the years that is the way it works. If our farmers are not thriving and doing well, businesses suffer. So I would like to thank you, Alexander, for coming here tonight, and I think you've got everybody's support in the chamber going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. I'm going to bring in Alderman Mictry, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for your presentation here tonight. I just want to briefly make the point, and that is, as my colleague Councillor Radcliffe has said, if farmers don't do well, business doesn't do well, and Northern Ireland PLC doesn't do well. But just a few weeks ago, the Labour government at Westminster announced that they would spend £536 million on farming abroad. That's from granting tea growing in Rwanda and low carbon farming in Brazil. The point isn't lost that the difference between farmers at the minute and when they pay this new tax will be 520 million. So if we do the maths, we can see stop investing in farms in other countries and invest in your own farmers at home, and you'll have the money to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Mictry. And at this point, Alexander, on behalf of all members, thank you for attending this evening and for delivering such an informative presentation. Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to move on then to 4.2. I'd like to welcome Giles Dawson, Director of Programmes and Rural Support, to the meeting this evening, and I'm now going to pass to Giles to present.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Rural Support, I wish to thank Madam Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor, councillors and executives for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. Due to the nature of Rural Support's work, it is highly confidential, and it is not always possible to sing from the rooftops the success stories we've had, so we always welcome an opportunity like this. Before I go into the depths of Rural Support and who we are and what we do, I think it's very important to understand what exactly is going on within the agri-sector at the minute. Let me ask you a question. Can you think of any stresses within your own household? Can you think of any stresses that may be particularly unique to farmers or farm families. Just to give you an overview of what that might be, let's take, for example, the farm family home. Financial pressures like we all have. There's the uncertain farm future given the current legislation. There's the attachment to land, which is very, very prevalent to Northern Ireland, unlike England, Scotland and Wales. We have younger family members hoping to take on the farm, which now is looking quite bleak for many. And there's a lot of young people leaving the rural areas. You have the difficulty of accessing services within the rural community, and very much the social isolation is a big thing, which results in alcohol and substance abuse, and something which I'll refer to a little bit later. Succession planning is something that Real Support takes on as well, and the loss of farm incomes. All these things add to pressures within the farm family home. And that's just the home. Have a wee look at the actual farm business itself. There are a lot of uncontrollables. For example, the adverse weather. There's the disease outbreaks, the decreasing subsidies and the land availability, not to mention the animal welfare, the farm inspections, the labour shortages, the family dynamics and the increasing interest rates. All these things farmers have to cope with. Then there's the technological issues. Now you might say, why would I want to bring this up? The average age of farmer now is 57 years old. And I don't know about you, I'm over 50 now, and it tends to be a challenge for me to try and keep up with the technology. Can you imagine a lot of the stuff that they do now is online? With an average age of 57, it's very, very difficult. We have a lot of farmers ringing into the helpline saying, how do we do this? How should we do this? Do we actually have to do this? There's the pace of farming now and all the challenges that go along with it. And due to the ageing population within farms, a lot of farmers are actually leaving. Or, worst case scenario, we have a lot of farmers now that are facing there's no other way out but to commit suicide. And I'm sorry to have to say that in the chamber, but it is a fact. There's all the external factors, not to mention the IHT, the changes in the tax and the market uncertainty, the price volatility that farmers have to cope with, and all the environmental issues. All these things are adding to the pressure within the farm business. But what about the overall sectors? Yes, I've mentioned the increased interest rates and the access to the additional finance, but as the costs are going up, you know how much it costs to run your home now. I would ask you to have a look at a farm business and all the variables within that business. They're doubling in some cases. There's a working in isolation. And a big thing that Rural Support has had to try to overcome, and it's something that I'm asking your help for tonight, is to overcome that pride factor within the farming community, the reluctance to ask for help. The climate change issue is another thing, and all these impending changes coming up that's going to affect the future of farming in 24-25. Just to give you some statistics, rural isolation and loneliness are some of the biggest issues within the farming sector, and 1 in 4 people will experience some kind of a mental health problem within their lifetime. 203 people in Northern Ireland died of suicide in 2022. The previous year was 237 and 219 respectively. 1 farmer each week dies in the UK as a result of suicide, and it is rising given the number of calls that we have coming in. And men aged 30 to 34 have the highest suicide rate, and over 3/4 of these were men. We completed our own survey, which we do every year, and these statistics are quite stark. 67% of those that applied to the survey are below the national average for a mental health score. 15% had a score which indicates mild depression, and 13% had a score which indicated potential clinical depression. Some things that contribute to that: overworking and tiredness, that puts a strain on a relationship. The physical and the mental exhaustion. And young families, there's a safety aspect there is a big concern. Many farmers, in order to make ends meet, will work part-time. They'll do a second job. They do their job, they come home and they farm. And that tends to increase the tiredness and the fatigue, which results in an increase in the farm accidents. So who is Rural Support? What do we do? Rural Support were born in 2002 as a result of the foot and mouth epidemic. We're a charity and we're based in Molesworth Street in Cookstown. What do we deliver? We deliver independent and free guidance for farmers and farm families, farm business support and development programmes. We have a farm family wellbeing programmes, and we offer crisis mentoring, counselling support as well. We have a social farming aspect, and we have a digital farm support hub. We also have social wellbeing support programmes and specific agri-sector training known as Boots on the Ground. We also have a support line. It runs 9 to 9, Monday to Friday. And just to give you an idea, from April 23 to March 2024, we had 368 calls received. In the last 3 years, we've had 1,768 people have rang that support line, some in distress, some threatening to take their own lives, some threatening to take others' lives, some threatening to leave farming completely. We've had 192 referrals we've had to pass on to third parties, and that's up 96% from the previous year. 54% were male callers, and 53% of those callers to the support line were aged between 45 to 64. 21% of the calls received were relating to the caller's farm business, and a mental health concern was mentioned in 29% of those calls. 52% of those calls were concerned about financial issues. So that's just to give you a flavour of the mental health epidemic that is going on within our agricultural community at the minute. So how does Rural Support support that farming community? We have our crisis support services, and we have a non-crisis support service. We have the support line, which I mentioned earlier. We have mentoring support. I'll go into that a wee bit of depth later. We have counselling support. We have an emergency fund, which is supplied by the Royal Agricultural Benevolent Institution, and we have a specific fund called the Life Beyond programme. From a non-crisis support, we have the proactive farm family progression planning and mentoring. We have a technical expertise as well available for farmers to ring in and get some advice. We have the mental and physical well-being through our social farming, and various other contributors through the Prince's Countryside Fund Resilience Programme, the YFCU, and other online support services. The social farming, we have 17 social farms right throughout Northern Ireland, and various other schemes called Hedgerow, and schemes supporting isolated farmers. So I mentioned the crisis support. The support line is manned by volunteers, so we are a charity. It runs from 9 to 9, and we have seen a significant uplift in the number of callers ringing in. In fact, the demand for all of Rural Support services has increased by 54% just within the last 12 months. Mentoring support, what is it? Mentoring support is given by usually ex-financiers, ex-UFU, ex-Department of Agriculture, retired bankers. So, for example, we may get a referral will come in from a farmer, or could come in from an agricultural employee. We've been with a farmer, that individual is in crisis. They will ring in, we will contact the farmer with their permission, we will assess that farmer's situation, and we will send out a business mentor to give them guidance on what is the best way forward for them. We have gone from having 8 business mentors in the last 3 years to 21 now, given the demand. From a counselling support point of view, we had 3 counsellors in place 3 years ago. We now have 15 counsellors in place. What makes the counselling service very, very unique to Rural Support is, unlike a normal counselling service, you will have to go to a counselling agency. You will have to go to a counselling hub. The chances of a farmer doing that is pretty much zero, because the time it takes them to slip out of their overalls, get themselves cleaned up, and go to a counselling hub, it just will not happen. Rural Support's counselling model is exceptionally unique. It is expensive, but it is very, very effective. we go to them. We go out, we make an assessment, see what's going on, and we will send one of our 15 councillors out to the family home. It has proven very, very successful. It will not be the first time that I have sat at a kitchen table and a farmer has said, only you have had the ability to come to me, I would never, ever, ever have taken this service up. We've had more farmers have said to us as well, only for your intervention, neither I or my farm would have been here today. It would not have been the first time where I've sat at a kitchen table and a farmer has said to me, the only way I can see out of this is to take my own life. This is what we're facing at the minute, and it's very much a community that feels forgotten, unfortunately. The Rabbi Emergency Fund is based for those farmers that have found themselves with very much their back against the wall. Maybe they can't even afford to put oil in the tank. It's a very small fund, but we get requests from it from time to time. Can you give us some money to put oil in the tank? Can you give us some money to get groceries this month? And you might say that is not possible within the farming community. I can tell you very much that I have been in houses where they have been on their last pennies, and that fund is used extensively. The Life Beyond programme is a fund that we set up specifically to deal with bereavement. Unfortunately, there have been quite a number of farm accidents this past 12-24 months. And that bereavement service, again, is very unique. Once we hear of a farm accident, a terminal diagnosis, a sudden death, the loss of a key person within that farm business, we go out, we assess the situation, and we send either a business mentor out or we'll send a counsellor out to help that family. We have had situations where farmers have said, we have contacted other agencies, and this is not in any way to degrade any other agency, it just shows the pressure that they're under, and they have not been able to get help for at least 6 to 12 months. We've been able to send a counsellor out within 3 weeks. And what also makes it very, very unique is the counsellors or the business mentors that go out there are all either from an agricultural background or are well versed within agriculture. And it takes you to have that mindset to be able to go out to understand the pressures of the farming and understand that even though a significant key person may have been lost, cows still need milked in the morning, eggs still need collected, and animals still need fed. The Life Beyond programme takes over £100,000 a year to run it. But again, from first-hand experience, I can tell you the difference that makes to farm families who find themselves in a situation they never ever thought they would be in. It makes a significant difference to lives. The Life Beyond programme exists solely by donations. The Rural Support's donations come usually from various sources. It could be from tractor runs, it could be from one-off donations from various sources. But we exist, probably 54% of our funds come from donations. The remainder comes from either the Department of Agriculture or the PHA. One thing to stress about the Life Beyond programme, and every single programme that we have, you will never ever see anyone from Rural Support on a farm wearing the gear that I'm wearing tonight. I said to you earlier that the service we provide is highly confidential. Farmers are people that very much are proud of what they do and how they do it. And to be able to go out and ask for help is a big thing. If we were to go out wearing that Rural Support gear or not even getting a confidential agreement sent with or signed with those farmers, we would be letting that farmer down. So it's imperative that we have that confidentiality agreement in place. And the fact that we go in, we slip out, and no one knows we've been actually there. The non-crisis support is based to hopefully have some preventative action. It's mainly mentoring support. Some of these schemes come directly from the Department of Agriculture, for example, the succession planning I mentioned earlier. Some of it comes from the Business of Farming programme. There's a programme running at the minute, it's called the Farming for Generations, and that is designed to educate and to empower farmers how to make informed decisions for their farms in the future. The Royal Countryside Fund has proven very, very popular, and we're still looking for volunteers for that. And that fund has been running the last 3 years through Rural Support. The YFC mental health training has been very important because we see that we need to be able to educate young farmers, psycho-educate young farmers. Unfortunately, I have been in too many farms where young farmers have taken their own lives. And we hope to be able to stave off that epidemic, because that's what it is, by having some mental health training for young farmers. And a lot of them are going to go through that YFC mental health training scheme. And the Farm Support Hub, if you care to go onto our website, you'll see we have all the resources they need there to help them do that. I mentioned earlier the social farming. We have contracts with pretty much most of the trusts. We have 17 social farmings right across Northern Ireland, and our aim is to tackle that rural isolation and increase the social opportunities for older farmers. Its core purpose, again, is to help the mental and the physical well-being of older farmers. I'm conscious of time, folks. I don't want to take up much more of your time, but we have other schemes called Across the Hedgerow. This service is provided to older farmers within the rural community, so it's more of a listening service. Again, it's via regular phone calls or calls by volunteers through rural support. And the social farming, I say that's an innovative use. We provide therapy and rehabilitation. Farmers never ever retire, but they will get involved in some social activities if they are connected with farming. So we often look on that as an opportunity to educate them. Boots on the ground. This is an initiative that has started within the last 2 years. What does it do? We have found a number of agri-sector employees have rang into us and said, we have a farmer standing in front of us and they're showing suicidal tendencies to us. How do we deal with this? We now have an accredited scheme designed to train agri-sector employees on how to cope with those difficult conversations and how to look after themselves once they have had that conversation with farmers who find themselves in that situation. I say it's accredited. It's a 2.5-hour course. We've had 750 people through this course in the last 24 months, so it's really proven very much successful. Again, it's trying to psycho-educate those people that are dealing with this day in and daily. That's really pretty much all I have to say. All I say is save our number, 0800 138 1678. All I ask is that if you do ring, please make sure that you've already spoken to the person you have concern over, to make sure that you have their permission for us to contact them. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Giles, for that very hard-hitting presentation. Members, if I can ask if your comments and questions can be kept quite brief, I'm going to bring in the Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor. Thank you, Giles, for your hard-hitting presentation. I know within, a lot of you would know here that I volunteer with Tata Rural Support Network and supporting community groups within the rural community. And I know firsthand people, farming families have been ringing in and we have signposted them on. So I congratulate you on all the work in which you're doing, Giles, and the team. Your different schemes and programmes there, it does make a big difference to all within the rural community. So thank you for that. And I don't think there's anybody that wouldn't know anybody that hasn't taken their own life. And within the farming sector, the figures speak for themselves there. And I remember speaking to Adam Hansen that time he was over at our agri-strategy launch. And Farmers Guardian were quoting 44% of farmers under the age of 40 are suffering from mental health problems. That's the generation we expect to feed the ever-growing population within the world. So work that you do, Giles, throughout the rural support is so, so important. And you can be assured that putting my other hat on and Tata Rural Support Network, that we'll be supporting you whatever way we can. And I know Council are working with different groups like Tata and ABC community within this council, so there are, and work has been done. So it is. But keep up the good work, and whatever we can do, whatever I can do in my personal capacity, I'm only too happy to do that. And I suppose maybe a bit of a conflict of interest. You're a neighbour and also married to my cousin, so if that classes as a conflict of interest. Thank you, Giles, for your presentation.
Next, I'm going to bring in Councillor McClellan, please.
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you for bringing me in. And Giles, thank you for your presentation, which most certainly was very hard-hitting, but hard-hitting in a realistic way, because that is the actual situation on the ground, sadly, in very many cases. Again, it's just to commend your organisation for the fantastic work that they do. And I think you give a statistic there that your workload, or that the number of calls has increased by 58%, I think it was, in this last 12 months. I think that speaks volumes for actually what's happening on farm. And you know, Lord Mayor, the phrase "a burden shared is a burden halved," and you know, sort of in many ways, rural support are the shoulder that a lot of farmers and a lot of farming families are leaning on, have been leaning on, and unfortunately will continue to have to lean on. You know, because I think in terms of the farming thing, it can be a very, very lonely occupation at the best of times. You know, farmers can sometimes go for days on end without seeing anyone apart from family and so on. So it's important that they know that your organisation is out there. It's important that they know the various pathways, the various programmes and so on that you have. And I suppose my question around all of that is, you know, is there anything else that we as council or as individuals can do to help raise awareness and to help your organisation in the very valuable work? But again, thank you, Giles.
Thank you both for your comments. Is there anything you can do? Pride is a significant barrier for farmers to reaching out for help. And we have found very much that we're restricted by our funding. We're restricted by our ability to send more painters and more councillors out. So we would very much appreciate getting the name out there that rural support will go. Rural support, we cover north, south, east and west of Northern Ireland. So it's just more or less increasing the profile. As I said earlier, because of the nature of the work that we do, we can't sing from the rooftops what we do and how we do it, because I could give you numerous success stories, but it's just more or less increasing the awareness that the help is there and encouraging all those lobbying bodies, the fact that reach out for the help. It's just a phone call. That's all it is. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Giles, for your presentation. Probably on my daily work, I speak to farmers every day on their farms within the work I do during the day, and I think people don't understand, the pressures that farmers are under. They'll probably open up the mail for raw mail, and the farmers will open up to you. A bit of a chat, they're probably the only person they see on a daily basis, and many of the time the farmers will say, if you counted up our hourly rate or whatever, you wouldn't work, you wouldn't do it, you wouldn't do the job. But it's their life, it's their family farms, it's so important to them, and there's so many outside pressures which they have no control over, which affects them, and especially their mental health. And I've seen when, say, a senior member of the family passes away through any circumstances, the much pressure that can put on a farm, and it is a business, and how they try to work around that and manage that. So your work you do is invaluable, and just to echo my colleagues in the chamber, anything that we can do via council to support you, we are definitely up for it, and thank you for all the work you do. Thank you.
And Councillor McConville Walker, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Giles, for that presentation. The topic of mental health has come up in this chamber regularly, and it's on everyone's lips. And it's quite stark, actually, to hear those statistics among the rural community. I live rurally myself, so a lot of my neighbours are farmers, and I do understand how difficult, working in that sector can be. So I just really want to commend the work that Rural Support do, and I would say undoubtedly your work has saved countless lives, and know you'll continue to save countless lives with the work you do. So I just want to thank you yourself and all of the colleagues that work alongside you, and also to make a plea to anyone out there who is struggling that there is support there. Often people don't know what the support is, and it's great that you get a platform this evening to share that. So I would encourage those people to reach out and to use that support. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McConville Giles. There's no further lights on, so thank you very much for coming along. We have a bit of a rural theme going on here tonight. So on behalf of all members, please have a safe journey home. Thank you. Okay, members, we're now going to go into committee minutes. First, we have the Governance Committee. Councillor Haughey, are you happy to propose? Okay. Councillor Ferguson is not in attendance tonight. Can I get another committee member who was present on the night to second? Councillor O'Dowd, thank you. No lights. Members, are we all agreed? Okay. Minutes of the Environmental Services Committee meeting. Alderman Tinsley, are you happy to propose? Thank you. Councillor Evans, are you happy to second? No lights on. Members, are we all agreed? Oh, sorry, Councillor Flaherty.
Oh, that's me now. Sorry. It does come on very quickly, doesn't it? Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. I'm nearly nervous to comment on this committee because hashtag conflict of interest that's talked about all the time. Everybody knows. But I just wanted to make a remark. ES 112. Actually, just to back up a number of comments my colleague Alderman Barr had said with regard to the business reports. And if we could be provided, if we all could be provided with some of that information that he did mention in that report, because that would be very useful. Because we are chasing we're going round and round in circles. Sometimes we're all asking the same question. So that would be very useful. And just on that point, I know there's been a lot said. And there's been a lot said on all the committees about our staff and about staffing levels and about all these different red, greens, and ambers. But I think and again, if I may, with the caveat of a conflict of interest, can I just commend the staff that are working really, really hard in these departments and sometimes picking up the slack for others. And they're probably in this department maybe slightly less thought of than others, because it's not just all singing and dancing and shiny and clappy, but they're working extremely hard in sort of weather. And look at the week we've had, and where we wouldn't want to go out. And they're keeping going. So if I could just say that. But I actually wanted to just comment. I was a bit I want to know what this is about. ES 124, which was a piece of AOB about sustainable landscaping and planting. And no question about it, I have no issue with it, because we've been talking about this and doing this from 2016. I'm sure Councillor Haughey in there will also know that he has mentioned this, repeat this. We have had report after report after report about this. I think we are already doing this, if I'm not mistaken. If we're not, then the question is, why not? But I was looking back. We have papers as far back as 2016, Councillor Haughey, 2017, 2021, 22 and 23. We run biodiversity events. I've been at some of them. You see the signs. So I'm quite conscious that and we see this a lot, actually. It's becoming a wee bit frustrating for me, to be honest, in that we're asking people to reinvent the wheel and continue to regurgitate reports that we have had for year after year after year. Would it be more helpful that if we could get a list of where these areas are in the borough? I know where they are in my DEA, because they cause for example, the wildflowers causes quite a stir in Eden Villa Park when they come up, because it's quite a sort of focal spot, just as you're coming up Bachelor's Walk. Same even in Brownstown. In Brownstown Park, it's quite, striking when it actually blooms. I maybe wouldn't be so sure where they are in, I don't know, say the Banbridge DA. I maybe wouldn't be so familiar about where they would be there. So maybe if that was put forward to us, it would save this. Like we've items coming along later on in the meeting that we already do this stuff in council. So if it's stuff that we already do, can we just make sure that everybody knows? I think would be helpful. And again, and just on finishing, can you please, Jonathan, pass on my thanks to all your staff? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty, for your questions, certainly. So in relation to the sustainable planting, yes, that is something that we do. I think maybe for some of the newer members, this is an opportunity maybe to present that out in the report, as you've alluded to, what we do right across the borough. So the purpose of that report will be to highlight what we do right across the borough in that regard, and certainly happy to pass on your thanks to the team in that regard. Thank you.
Next, I'm going to bring in Councillor O'Hanlon, please.
Chair, Lord Mayor, thank you. Again, it's in reference to the 6-monthly business plan, the progress report. And it's actually something that I picked up that isn't referred to in it, and that's in relation to the bulky waste collection service, particularly in the Armagh area. I know I availed of it, had to wait. I know it's only reinstated, but it's only happening in the Armagh area on a Saturday. Now, I'm told that's down to, and they're booked out into the new year already, so there's such high demand on it. If there could be a report back to committee about how we can get that service stabilised and reinstated on a better footing, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanley, for your question. Yes, so I think what we did say we'd reinstate, and then we would review, and then we would try to meet the demand based on the service needs. So certainly happy to keep members updated in that regard. We've a workshop with members on Wednesday evening, so maybe we can bring something back for Wednesday evening workshop.
Sorry, just it was frustrating. We got the service on Saturday morning. It was for a mattress that had to be taken away. There was 2 vehicles turned up on 4 men. One lorry was for the mattress, and the other one was for someone else in case they were doing white goods. Now, really, there needs to be a look at that process and say, look, really, do we need to be doing things? It's things like that. But there's a huge demand for the service, and the amount of people who were in contact. It's also there was a large bin lorry that was sent up that was ex-Craigavon that doesn't do the bin lift at the back, and yet this was coming up the road at 7 o'clock on Saturday morning to lift a mattress. I think there's a wee bit of work that needs done there, and I appreciate there's staffing issues there at the minute that it isn't helping issues. But I think if we could look at some of the inefficiencies there as well, it could maybe be used a wee bit better. Thank you.
Okay, and members, no further lights on. Are we all agreed to move on then from environmental? Okay, thank you. Next, we have the Planning Committee. Councillor Armstrong, are you happy to propose? Thank you. Councillor Lavery, are you happy to second that? Brilliant. I don't have any lights on. Are we happy and content to move on from that? Great. So we're going to go to Community and Wellbeing. Councillor Hockin, are you happy to propose? Thank you. Councillor Hare, are you happy to second? Councillor O'Hanlon's going to come in.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Just in relation to, there was an item was discussed at committee in relation to the classes. I think it was over in Guildford, I think it was, or Rathfriland. And I know following that meeting I emailed the Director and Head of Service just to get some details on it. Council organised quite a number of classes across our leisure facilities. But what struck me, and then I know I was contacted by, what actually prompted this, was contacted by people in Katy in relation to the number of cancelled classes at the Katy Recreation Centre. Officers were able to provide details around the number of classes that have been cancelled from January to September. That's 9 months. In Katy, there was 102 classes cancelled. Guildford, 62. Rich Hill, 111. That's 24, 28 and 22% of classes respectively. I understand that things can be difficult. There was a number of issues down to annual leave, sickness and vacancy, but it wasn't down to the lack of uptake in terms of the services. People out there are concerned that if it goes down this route, classes will be dropped on a permanent basis. And you know, this is not in anything to do with our staff, but I think it's something again we need to look about trying to get those services built up again on a permanent basis. And again, more detail if I could go back to members for full committee. But 102 or 24% of classes in the Katy area were cancelled from January to September. I'm sorry, it's not good enough, and we need to put in place a process to try and rectify that.
Thank you, Councillor Hanlon, and I suppose we welcome your feedback on that. Listen, we know we're working through a process in terms of trying to look at how we complement our current service. Obviously, I suppose the classes result around, I suppose, having people to deliver such classes. I suppose the virtual class thing is not seen to substitute that, but more add to it. But listen, I can sort of reassure you that we're working towards, I suppose, other alternative models in terms of complementing those current services that we deliver. But yeah, we accept that we've got to improve on those numbers. Thank you.
Councillor Haughey, and I'm going to bring you in next.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, it's just to come in on that. I chaired that particular meeting, and I just want to put on record that, you know, the numbers that you've talked about, they are stark and they are concerning. But I think what we talked about that was actually an acknowledgement by officers and alternatives being looked at to ensure that people who are using the classes are not left or turned away at the door. So I just want to put on record that I commend the officers for the work that they're doing towards that. Thank you.
Okay, members, no further lights on. Are we all agreed to move on from community and wellbeing? Okay. Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor. We just got in there in the nick of time. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Councillor Hanlon, for raising that there. I'd raised this the other night, as you know. As part of that process, could you furnish us with the data in terms of how many people or many member or council staff has been upskilled, as well as we are one council? How many members of staff move from one facility to another to facilitate cancellations? It'd be great to have them figures, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. I suppose I wouldn't have those statistics to hand just now, but happy to furnish with you and come back to you on that.
Okay, members, we all content to move on? Next, we have the minutes of the Economic Development Committee. Alderman Greenfield is not here. Can I get someone else who was there on the night to propose, please? Oh, sorry. Councillor Mallon, you're happy to propose. And then can I get someone to second, please? Councillor Lavery, thank you. Members, are we all... Oh, Paul Greenfield is online. I'll bring you in. Just a second, Alderman Greenfield, we can't hear you. Alderman Greenfield, can I just check that you're not on mute? No, sorry. Okay, members, we seem to be having a bit of technical difficulty with online. I will move to Councillor Flaherty and maybe we'll come back if we get it fixed.
Thank you. No, I'll tell you what they said up here. No, I just wanted to refer to just a couple of things, if I may. EDR 101 in particular, where I had referred myself, I'd referred actually to Portadown Chamber of Commerce. I want to just commend them for the work that they did think you were there, Lord Mayor, actually, and we were very glad to have you in Portadown for the light switch on. I thought it was a great success. Our businesses in Portadown stayed open, which was marvellous. There was a great wee buzz about the town, and it does just show you what can be achieved when you do try to change things and make things be a bit different. But when you get people on board, it makes a huge difference. I just did want to point. I was really, really pleased. And you know I'm going to say this. I always have to talk about toilets at some stage in a meeting. The mat was out, and there was the loveliest girl. There was the loveliest girl, man in that CPT, and she just took such pride in her job, and she was just so pleased to be there. And I've said this many times in the chamber. Pieces of equipment like that council have makes such a difference. And if I can just say, Lord Mayor, the relaxed Christmas event, I'm really looking forward to that. I believe you will make your visit to Bleary to relaxed Christmas, and I tell you, we get ready for it, because it'll be like nothing you've ever seen before. I know there's a few spaces still left. If I may plug it, if you're allowed to do that, maybe you're not allowed to advertise, but it's one of our own events. I know there's a few booking slots still available, so any parent that's maybe hasn't been to one of these events before or feels maybe nervous, please don't. It is a very, very special event for children, and you will be well looked after, and there's a wee bit more time for parents and children this time, I know. So that is really, it's really a very special event, and I hope you get out of it what I know I do. And I can just say, we all know there's a very small team behind. I know there's a lot of different aspects of our Christmas have been dealt out a wee bit, but we have a very, very small team in the events part of economic development in our town centres. And they've worked really, really hard. They've worked really, really hard and diligent. We had a great event for the Deputy Lord Mayor out in Brownlow, and it was a cute wee sort of old school event type of an event, and it was really lovely with the children, you know, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day, Lord Mayor. So with that, I'll let you move on to your next speaker, but just to commend you in particular for the Friday night switch on in Portadown. Your attendance was very much appreciated, as it was too at the exhibitions that opened. You're very, good, great to see you there.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty. It was a great event, and I look forward to Bleary as well. Members, are we content to move on? I don't have any other lights on. All good? Okay, we're going to go to the item 6, which is schedule of correspondence. 6.1, members, a response is requested, and I'm going to bring in Gareth Wilson, please. Sorry, Alderman Wilson.
Sorry, it's I was a wee bit quick off the mark with this new system. I'm just waiting on 6.3. So.
6.1? No, okay. So we are happy then to note that. Okay, members, 6.2 to 6.4 then. Councillor McClellan, please.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. And look, I suppose at the risk of stealing Councillor O'Hanlon's thunder, although I did talk to him earlier in terms of getting clarification, you know, we as a council actually wrote to the minister here on this one, and yet we are getting a reply back from someone that, with all due respect, we could have talked to during the quarterly clinics out in the Mazine. So there's a huge issue here. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Councillor O'Hanlon, please.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. And it's just, I'm not going to assume that the letter did go to the Minister's office, so can we check in the first instance that it did go to the Minister's office? If not, can it be issued to the Minister's office? Because it's a policy piece, and I wouldn't expect the Divisional Office to be able to change policy. So in the first instance, can we check that it did go to the Minister's office? If it didn't, if it could please, would be the first request. And then if an update could be brought back to members just in relation to that. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McClellan.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hanlon. We're going to check that out, and we'll double check, and if not, that will be sent. Alderman Wilson then, please.
Yeah, thank you. And I was really just to welcome the fact that they've issued that extension just to council on the response. And I suppose reading it, you could read it as extremely helpful are an exercise in firmly setting out the stall in terms of HED's approach. I'll let it sit on the seesaw for the moment, and I would urge Council just to take on board all those points of direction that have been provided and really do a first-class response as well as we can do using the expertise available, and hopefully we can put that case forward in the sort of the greatest sense that we can around the urgency of it and the fact that the wrong decision here will have ramifications for Craigavon Central area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to bring in Councillor Nelson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and it is to echo that sentiment entirely. I think I'm going to be positive and think that they're just being very helpful and giving us advice as to how we should reframe our response. Can I just ask, through you, Chair, the Chief Executive, if a draft version of that would be before members then at the December meeting, or will it be through group leaders, just to try and understand our next step? Also, if you would permit me, Lord Mayor, item 6.4, can I just confirm that we also did write to the Minister of Finance as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. We will check that out. Members, are we happy to note then 6.2, 6.4? I don't have any further lights on. Okay. Members, going to move to...
Councillor Nelson was asking if we're going to bring the report through. Maybe let Caroline speak.
Apologies, Caroline. Do you want to press your button?
Thank you, Lord Mayor and Councillor Nelson. Yes, just to confirm that we expect to engage some senior expertise, likely from UK mainland, to assist in this. As such, we may ask for a further extension beyond the 8th of January to ensure that this process is as comprehensive and fulsome as it can be. So we intend to reply to HED asking for a further extension and explaining in that regard that we are going to get, a notable expert to pursue this on our behalf.
Thank you, and thank you, Caroline. And it is just to confirm that a letter was sent to the Department of Finance Minister, as opposed, and I suppose in 6.4, the Minister of the Economy said that it is more so with the Finance Minister. So just confirming that we have written or that we will write to.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to confirm, we were to write to 3 ministers, so Economy, Communities and Finance, and yes, Lord Mayor, we've written to all 3.
Thank you, members. We're going to move then to item 7, corporate seal. Members, 7.1, 7.3, can I get a proposer and seconder to agree to sign and seal all the legal documents proposed by Councillor McConville-Walker and seconded by Councillor O'Kane? Thank you. Members, that brings us to item 8, which is our notices of motion. Our first one is a notice of motion in relation to inheritance tax changes, and I'm going to invite Councillor McClellan to bring us along on that one first, please.
Okay, Lord Mayor, can I thank you for letting me in, and I suppose as before I start, I would just declare an interest as the owner of an arable farming business that is affected by these changes. So I want to be perfectly open and honest in terms of that. Lord Mayor, the McClellan family have farmed outside Tandragee since 1801. I'm the 6th generation of our family that is producing food for our nation. Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, at the stroke of a pen, has put our family business and indeed numerous other family businesses across our borough, across our province and across the United Kingdom at risk, just at the stroke of a pen. Lord Mayor, in recent days, someone has said that asking a farmer to sell his land is the same as asking a supermarket to sell their shop floor, asking a joiner to sell their tools, asking a gardener to sell the lawnmower, or a chef to sell their cooker. Land is the farmer's most important tool, Lord Mayor. No land, no farmers, no food is how the slogan goes, yet senior ministers in Treasury really don't seem to care. Lord Mayor, I have a recent RSPB report detailing results of a bird nesting survey that was carried out on my farm. There was 26 different species found, 6 of which were on the red list, and there was 4 priority species, and there was 8 pairs of yellowhammers. I'll quote the covering letter. Results were excellent, impressive variety of species. No doubt the efforts being made within this business has contributed to these results. And that's what I want to emphasise. And, you know, Lord Mayor, let's be clear. I'm not doing this to get praise or to have a feel-good moment. I'm saying that farmers right across the nation are the custodians of the environment. Without farmers, conservation and biodiversity will suffer. Again, at the stroke of a pen, this Labour government has imperilled our countryside. Lord Mayor, as I draw these remarks to a close, I want to reference the next generation of farmers. And I want to do this by reciting a poem. Now, that's not something that I would do very, very often, Lord Mayor, so bear with me. It's entitled Farmyard. Opens a door to be calm and relaxed. Old, rusty, but not too old. Blue and tall, almost like a small factory. Tractor engines roaring through the wind during harvest. Distinctive smell of diesel wafts up my nostrils. Memories of helping my dad fill the lawnmower up. Happiness in the combine, or playing in the big piles of compost. Either way, it brings me joy, a sense of freedom, a sense of home, my farmyard. Lord Mayor, a number of weeks ago, that was penned by my 13-year-old son, Nathan, and it will be published as part of the Young Writers booklet in 2025. Lord Mayor, Nathan is passionate about farming. He's on the Mono2 telehandler. We can't keep him off it. Rachel Reeves, at the stroke of a pen, has endangered his livelihood and his career as a farmer. Lord Mayor, it's just not fair. Lord Mayor, it's just not on. And I would appeal for unanimous support right across the chamber for this motion. This Labour government simply must think again. Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I can read the text of the motion if you want, but happy enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McClelland, and thank you to Nathan also for contributing to our meeting tonight. Okay, members, we've got a proposal. Alderman Wilson. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And just to put on my remarks on the record as seconding the motion, and of course, as we've heard tonight, the motion on its own would be bad enough, but when it's coupled with all the other attacks on agriculture, it does, bring the issue to a renewed sense of urgency. And I would, reiterate what Tim has said. He has eloquently put it, bringing his own family into it and what that means for him as a farmer in our own borough and in our Cusher DEA. It is a call to action as well. I think what we witnessed at the Icon Centre is, it should be a wake-up call to, representatives everywhere, both on the mainland and in Northern Ireland. So it's a call to action. We should hopefully see more action on that front, because it is a battle that will have to be fought in Westminster as well, and we've seen protests there. There will need to be a lot more of them to really ram the message home that we can't destroy our ability to produce food in this fashion and then import it from other parts of the world and, ride roughshod over, what would then be hollow climate change assurances that have been given. Doesn't make any sense. So firmly in support of my colleague's motion. Thank you.
Okay, members, I have a proposer and seconder on that motion. I'm going to bring in Councillor Lavery, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor McLeod and Alderman Wilson for bringing the motion. The UK budget was a bad budget for farmers, and Northern Ireland will be disproportionately affected by the change to agricultural property relief. Despite the Chancellor's assurance that 3/4 of claims will be unaffected by these changes, DAERA data suggested that 1/3 of farms here could be impacted and as many as 3/4 of dairy farms. Northern Ireland has some of the highest value agricultural land in the UK and Ireland. An Irish Farmers Journal survey from 2023 showed that agricultural land sold in Northern Ireland had an average value of just shy of £14,000 an acre. The DAERA Minister has repeatedly urged the UK Government to reconsider the changes. This has included meeting with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and UK DEFRA Minister, as well as communicating with the Chancellor. Changes to agricultural property relief re-emphasise the importance of succession planning for farming families in Northern Ireland. We must continue to support and encourage young people to pursue agricultural careers if we are to retain our thriving agri-food industry in Northern Ireland and indeed in the Borough as a whole. As touched on by Giles and Rural Support earlier, last month the DAERA Minister announced the Farming for Generations pilot scheme to raise awareness of the need for succession planning. The pilot will target 60 farm families, supporting them in developing a succession plan, a farm business review and personal development plan for a successor. As touched on by Councillor McLeod earlier, farmers are the custodians of our countryside and family farming is the cornerstone of our agricultural sector. They are essential for food security and will play a key role as we transform into a greener, more environmentally friendly society. As was touched on earlier by Alexander and the EFU, the end of agricultural funding being ring-fenced by Westminster is also a concern. The DAERA Minister has been making a case to executive colleagues for the funding to be ring-fenced locally. Agricultural funding is critical to tackling climate change, protecting our natural environment and supporting our economy and the socially significant agri-food sector. I suppose it's in that vein and taking to heart what Alexander said about how vital it is to ring-fence the budget. I'd like to propose the following amendment. If we go to the Councillor McLeod's motion there, if we go to the part that says also that Council writes to, from there onwards, including the 2 bullet points, to remove that and replace it with the following. Council calls on the NI Executive to support a ring-fenced budget for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development within the 2025-26 budget and beyond. So that's the amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Do you have a seconder to that amendment? Councillor Johnson's happy to second. Okay. Members, do we agree with the amendment? No, okay, we don't have consensus. Members, we're going to move to a vote and I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to come in and take us through the new voting system. Councillor Lavery, can I get you to email up the change as well, please?
Thank you. I just have to get it up again. So if we go to Councillor McLellan's motion, it's keeping most of it, just when it gets down to who you write to, also that Council writes to. So from there on, in the last third of the motion, and have that replaced with the following. Council calls on the Northern Ireland Executive to support a ring-fenced budget for agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development within the 25-26 budget and beyond. So basically what was there before this budget.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lavery. I'm going to pass now to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and if I could ask members just to bear with us for a minute or two, because obviously this is the first time we've done the voting under the new system. So Wendy needs to just put it into the system. What will happen is on the display in front of you, you will have your 4 options as normal. It will be yes, no, abstain, or not participating in the vote. And the not participating in the vote would be if you had a conflict of interest or something like that. It's a touch screen, so you will just press whichever option and then that will be recorded. You are able to change your mind if you make a mistake until the voting closes. So if you just bear with us for a second or two until we're ready, and then it will appear on the screen in front of you.
Okay, members, we are voting on Councillor Lavery's amendment and voting has now opened. Okay, it's showing that 4 members haven't voted.
Just be careful, we're still live streaming.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so we're good to go?
We're just trying to check with Councillor Alexander because he's online.
Yeah.
So, because when we say
Okay. No, no. So it's too late?
Huh?
Too late, isn't it? No.
Here, the name that I put now is just the include the national insurance. Because it does affect the food chain as well. Once you take on these packages, national insurance.
Who's got a second, please?
Plus on there is.
Is that an amendment to the amendment?
No, it's Rogers.
So Councillor Alexander has voted, but it's Councillor Greenfield that was in the having a problem with.
Okay.
Just give us a few minutes.
Okay.
Is he attempting?
Okay, members, I'm going to close the vote. All the votes are in. Can I call out the results? Yeah. Okay, members, the results are in. So we have 23 with yes and 15 no. So the amendment is carried. Next, I'm going to bring in Councillor Kyle Savage.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor. Yeah, look, I also am affected by this decision that the Chancellor has made in the Labour government. Our family farm will be affected by this, so I just want to put that on record so that all things all are clear. Farmers are the custodians of our countryside. So we're there, we're doing more than just stock rearing or growing crops or whatever, but we're looking after the environment as well. On our own farm, we've planted over 2 kilometres of hedgerow, 250 trees have been planted, and the wildlife that has benefited from that over the years has been immense. So it is, but, and I agree with the sentiment of the notice of motion here. But as I said earlier on, whenever Alexander from the Ulster Farmers Union was in about the national insurance contributions, which affects so many as well. It is well rehearsed here tonight the impact it's going to have on our farming community. As one local business contacted me, their national insurance contribution will increase by £215,000 next year. And that's employing a number of people in the rural communities, and that is a food business. So it is. So if the proposer of the notice of motion would agree that after agriculture property relief in the first paragraph, I'd like to propose an amendment and the changes to the national insurance contributions which will have a devastating effect on the future of our economy. And then in the second paragraph where they're writing to the the third paragraph is that we're writing to Her Majesty's Government and the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. No, that is not the bit that has been amended. That we also include, and the business, write to the Minister for Economy as well, and add those wee bits in there, the devastating effect on the farming community and business community, and the same in the third paragraph there as well. I'd like to propose that, if that's an agreement.
Can I get you agree? Can you send that through?
I've just wrote it down. I think I can read it out again if you want. Right, okay. After the first paragraph where it says agriculture property relief and the changes to the national insurance's contributions which will have a devastating effect on the future of our economy. Full stop. And as detailed by the recent UK government budget. And then it stands in solidarity with our farming community and business community in opposition to this punitive, unfair, disastrous tax. And just after, again, we write to the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Affairs in relation to, but I would like the Minister for Economy to be included in that.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Can I get a seconder then for that, please? Alderman Kennedy, you're looking to come in.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor. I'm happy enough to second that amendment.
Members, are we all agreed with that amendment? Okay, we're all in agreement. Oh, Councillor McClelland, I'll bring you in.
Yes, Lord Mayor, thank you. No, just that we're clear, can someone email us the actual sort of wording of the changes, please? Thank you.
We'll get that sent across. Members, can we take a 5-minute adjournment? I think it's timely now. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you getting a level on that little Zoom recorder? Yeah. Okay, cool. Right, and Paula, are you getting it on the iPad? Right, so you're still hearing that. Can you let Ruth back into the meeting, Danny? Just hit your speak button again, Paula. So there's audio getting.
Testing, you hear me?
That's you, Paula. Yeah. Okay. Good. Adjourn again. Yes.
All good. Okay, members, you will have received an email from Democratic Services and the Deputy Lord Mayor's changes are in green. With that being said, members, are we all agreed on the new substantive motion? Okay. Councillor McClelland, I will now pass to you to wind. Oh, sorry. Councillor High, I'm going to take you in first. Apologies.
Thanks, Bruno.
Rage and the public had to miss out on that. Anyway, so the decision by the British government to change the inheritance tax reliefs for farmers is wrong and is causing undue stress among the farming community here, and especially those that I represent in Cusher. The approach of the British government threatens to undermine the future of many of our family farms. The ability to pass down a family farm from one generation to the next is key to sustaining our farming communities now and into the future. These proposals come at a time when many farmers in rural communities are still struggling with the loss of EU funding, which, despite assurances, have not been replaced following Brexit. The British government should reconsider their current course of action, and instead they should seek to ensure that reliefs and supports for agriculture are maintained. We're happy to support the substantive motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor High. I'm now going to pass to Councillor McClelland to wind, please.
Okay, Lord Mayor, so thank you for calling me again in terms of rewinding on the motion. And, I think in the almost 6 years that I've been on council, it's probably been the most agri-farmer focused council meeting that I've ever been at. So I think that given what's going on out there within our farming community, that is very much to be welcomed. And I think a wee bit like at the Econ Centre this night last week, it's good that we have unity coming out of the meeting tonight, and I think the important thing now is going forward that we can bring hope and that we can bring real and substantive change and help to our farmers, because I'll finish with the old slogan, no farmers, no food. Thanks, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McClelland. Members, are we all agreed then on 8.1? Happy to move on? Okay, great. We're going to move then to 8.2, and I'm going to ask Councillor Lavery to take us through this one, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As a public body, Council must continue to take steps so that it meets the highest standards of openness and transparency for residents whom we all serve. A key recommendation from a recent report by the Local Government Commissioner for Standards is regarding publication annually of a combined elected member conflict of interest register. When researching the matter, I've discovered that 8 councils in Northern Ireland already publish elected members' registers of interest information on their website in various formats. These include Belfast, Newry Morningdown, Causeway Coast and Glens, Mid East Antrim, Mid Ulster, Derry City and Strabane, Lisburn Castlereagh and Ards and North Down. The only 3 councils who don't are ourselves and ABC, Fermanagh and Omagh and Antrim Newton Abbey. By publishing elected members' registers of interest, ABC Council will be meeting the bar set by most other Northern Irish councils. I'm very much aware, however, that there may be personal safety concerns regarding the publication of information such as personal addresses of elected members. For example, when standing for election, candidates can request their addresses not to be published on ballot papers. Therefore, in keeping with that process, I do not believe it would be appropriate to publish such information. This would also be in keeping with the other 8 Northern Irish councils at present. Though, through further reports, as noted in the motion, which could be presented to the committee, we will be able to navigate such issues to ensure that transparency is increased for residents whilst also protecting valid privacy concerns. I hope all members will support this motion, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. I'm going to bring in Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to second my colleague's Councillor Lavery's motion, as I believe it helps to strengthen and increase openness and transparency of all elected representatives in this chamber. We are of the view that in whatever way we can, elected representatives should be open and honest and communicate in a clear, timely and accessible manner. I think we all recognise that transparency makes constituents feel more trusting and positive about their councillors and their intentions to govern with the best interests of their community in mind. Whilst I have no doubt that we all already do this, we believe that there could be further ways to maximise this transparency, which is why we have brought this motion this evening. With members' support, we can publish our declaration of interest forms, of course taking into account personal safety, so as to ensure openness and transparency is enhanced. Other councils in Northern Ireland have identified best practice for doing this, which we believe we can learn from when further reports are brought back to the relevant committee on this matter should this motion be passed tonight. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I don't seem to have any lights on in the chamber, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Lavery to wind the motion, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and also I'm almost tempted to drop in an amendment myself just to keep it flowing. But no, I say we'll see what comes out of the committee reports, because when I was doing the research, there's 8 councils do it, and 8 different ways. So we'll have to see which best approach best suits ourselves and the ABC Council. But thank all members for their support. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are we all agreed then on 8.2? Oh, Alderman Moutray, I'll bring you in. Nearly got away.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, nearly got away, but the last parting comment of the proposer got me there, that there are 8 councils that do it, and they all do it in 8 different ways. So that's going to be quite a bit of work for officers in this council. And after the debate we've had tonight in relation to farming incomes, and the serious matters, this spurious motion is thrown up by the party that I describe as the paragons of virtue, because there's only light and sweetness that comes from there, so they think. But really, is this all we need to spend our time on in the middle of this crisis? So take it on. I'm not going to oppose it, but I really don't think it's the best use of time of our officers at this time. Thank you.
Alderman Baxter, I'll bring you in next.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I didn't intend to speak at all, but I just want to ask a question through you maybe Wendy, just in terms of what do we do already? I take it it's the register of interest. They're here. If a member of the public wants to see those, what's the process? Do they just have to come in and see it? And from a legal standpoint, I don't know if Kate's available maybe to answer from a GDPR point of view. What information can you put online? Is it wise to have personal details of councillors online? You know, I'm just not sure how that's it. I've no bother. You know, all my stuff's on social media anyway. Anybody can go on and see what I'm involved with and what I do. Yeah, I was going to say what I own do, but I don't own very much, so you can have a look at that too. Listen, it's all there, but I'm just trying to see if there's a point whenever it's there anyway. Anybody who wants to see it can see it. So is it just making it more accessible for people to see it? Is it like, and who's going to want to see it? Is it just the press who want to have a wee snoop through it? Does Peter Lavery want to know what groups I'm involved with? Because I'll furnish him with the information if he wants it. Listen, I think it's a case of we've one motion to put in before the end of the year, we've one left to do. Let's just think of something here and put it in, because that's what it feels like. You know, but look, no issue with it whatsoever. If it has to go through, it has to go through. There's no problem. But I would just like those couple of questions clarified, please. The legal thing, and Wendy, if you could ask what actually we do currently, and what sort of workload it's going to give officers to keep this up and maintained with online. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Alderman Baxter. If somebody makes a request to come and view the register, then they're allowed to come in and view it at all reasonable hours. That's what it states under the legislation, under Section 62. So our current process meets with the legislation. We've no legal requirement to publish the register online. Hopefully that answers both of your questions in relation to the current process and our legal obligations.
Yeah, thank you. So my point is then, if it's already here for anybody to view, what's the benefit? Maybe Councillor Lavery could enlighten us what the benefit is of having it online whenever it's here in black and white.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I suppose I will firstly thank you to Alderman Moutray and Alderman Baxter for supporting the motion. I suppose it's about accessibility. if it's there online, you're going to ask a person to drive in to get a bus in the Civic Centre, look at a couple of forms, and they could just do it from the comfort of their own home. But as I say, it's a key point about accessibility, and as to why I'm bringing it, I suppose it's just a commitment in our local government manifesto, which was stood on in 2013. So it's nice to fulfil a manifesto commitment from time to time. Thank you, Lord Mayor. But I say I think this will improve standards here in ABC Council. And there's 8 councils already doing it, so let's meet those standards other councils are setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. I'm going to bring in Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, I just think it's odd to, not even focusing on this motion, but the 2 representatives from Alliance did give a fairly eloquent speech there on transparency and openness, but yet on the motion previously on agriculture, they didn't want this council to contact the farming minister. It seems completely bizarre. It really, really does seem bizarre that you wouldn't want that. That was removed out of the motion on an issue of such vitality to the farming community. It's just very, very strange.
Members, with all that being said, are we all agreed? I really don't know. Yes, okay. I'm going to go back then to Councillor Lavery to wind the motion.
He already has.
Oh, we've already have it, right, okay. So we're going to move on then to 8.3. And I'm going to ask Councillor McCartan to take us through that one, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for letting me in. Loneliness is a significant public health issue, and if we are to curb the flow of mental health problems in society, we need to take loneliness seriously. We can all feel lonely at times, but when loneliness is experienced over the long term, it can lead to anxiety and depression. Research shows despite so many people being affected by loneliness, almost half of us will not admit to feeling lonely. All of us have a part to play in tackling loneliness and its stigma, helping prevent poor mental health. Loneliness and relative mental and well-being health problems can affect anyone at any stage in life. Research suggests that some groups of people are especially likely to feel lonely. They include young adults, people with existing mental health problems, people from some minority ethnic groups. Other groups more likely to be affected by loneliness includes older people, in particular those who are digitally excluded, people living with long-term health conditions, people who are unemployed, and people who identified as LGBTQ+. Even tonight, the rural support presentation showed us how loneliness affects farmers, so I'm asking council to support this motion tonight. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCartan. I'm going to bring in Councillor McConville Walker, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Tonight I'm seconding this motion as proposed by my colleague, Councillor McCartan. A motion that I feel is very relevant for this time of year in particular, a time when loneliness becomes a grave issue for so many in our society. As mentioned in our Council's draft community plan, we are hearing about increased levels of anxiety and loneliness, and I note in particular that many of this is among children and young people, which may come as a surprise in fact to some, as it's often associated with other age groups. Loneliness is an issue that is not exclusive to any particular age group, gender or community. It is something that can be experienced by us all at various stages in our lives. And I note this evening in this chamber, the issue of rural loneliness and loneliness amongst the farming and rural community was raised by both our guest speakers from the Ulster Farmers Union and Rural Support. This reflects just how far and wide this issue spreads, and therefore how crucial it is that we in this council acknowledge loneliness and its impact across our borough. In this chamber, we've already discussed issues of mental health and the importance of tackling these, and loneliness can lead to mental health problems, such as depression. So therefore, it is crucial that this council rightly takes note of the levels of loneliness felt by those across our community and further afield, and that we continue to work towards putting measures and programmes in place to help tackle loneliness. I wish to place on record thanks to our own council departments and associated groups that work on a range of projects and provide services that aim to give support to those facing loneliness, and also to those community groups that work so hard to ensure they reach out to those who struggle with loneliness. And I look forward to seeing how this council continues to work with and further develop our partnerships with statutory agencies, charities and the executive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McConville-Walker. I'm going to bring in Councillor Armstrong next, please.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, as a party and a group, I think we're content with the sentiment behind this motion. However, we'd like to make a slight amendment. In the first line, I'd like to change. I'd like in the first line for Ireland to be struck out for Northern Ireland, and in the final line to add Northern Ireland executive or Northern Ireland before executive. If we're going to pass a motion within this council, it would only be good governance that we're precise with our language and then geographically correct. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Armstrong, do you have a seconder for that? Alderman Baxter, you're looking to come in as well? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, just very briefly, and I think in particular, you know, and it's not to be pedantic about it, but when we're talking about working in partnership with statutory agencies, you know, statutory agencies in Northern Ireland as opposed to Ireland, so I think it makes sense just to make that slight amendment. So happy to second Councillor Armstrong's amendment. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Alderman Kennedy next, please.
It's already been addressed, my issue.
In that case, I'll bring in Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor. And just to add in, we also have veterans organisations who are also isolated. Many will come back from being abroad. They may not have members of their family here, and they're coming and they're extremely isolated, which creates a lot more problems. So if we can have that also included within the terminology of statutory organisations, in terms of the VSO, the Veteran Support Office, which may be defunct, as well as the Veterans Commissioner, as well as all other veterans charities to be included within that. I can add in an amendment if you so wish. Yep, okay, so to include, after statutory bodies, to include all veterans organisations within the borough. Thank you.
That's a second amendment. Take the first amendment first.
Okay, members, first things first, we will deal with Councillor Armstrong's amendment. Are we all in agreement? No, okay. So we're going to go then to another vote.
Yep.
Okay, members, bear with us 1 second. Oh, voting is now opened.
This is on Scots.
Okay.
Do you want to remind them just they're voting on the amendment?
Voting on the amendment. Okay, members, voting is about to close. Okay, members, the results are in. So we have 24 for yes and 14 for no, so the amendment is carried. Alderman Barr, can you clarify your amendment, please? And then I'm also going to need a seconder for that.
Thank you, Madam Lord Mayor. After statutory agencies to include all veteran organisations and groups within the borough and relevant local charities, and obviously the new amendment, which is the Northern Ireland Executive. Thank you.
Alderman Kennedy, are you coming in second? Okay.
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nelson, I'm going to bring you in next.
Lord Mayor, could you give me 1 minute's grace? No. Oh, thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for your grace. Yes, and it is just to note and get it on record that as a party group, and we are very disappointed tonight of the politicisation of a motion on loneliness in this manner. We're really, really disappointed with it. There was plenty of opportunity for any member in the room to bring forward such motions. This was brought forward with really good intention at a time when the nights are dark, when people are feeling very low and lonely, and it was to give raise to the issue for everyone across our community from every corner of life. And in fact, we kept the wording quite broad to ensure that it encompassed and embodied every element of our society here. So disappointed tonight that people have chose to politicise it, but we will rise above it because we still think that loneliness is an issue to be tackled, to be met face on with. And we won't allow people's hijacking of the motion to petty point score get in the way of the good that we're trying to do to bring and shine a light on this issue.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I'm going to bring in Alderman Barr.
Just to come back, Lord Mayor, no petty pat scoring. There was definitely not. Our veterans are out there. They come back, and as I explained whenever I made the amendment, there are people who are coming back to Northern Ireland, to this borough, who have no family. And they could be in their 20s. They could be in their 80s. They are exactly the same. So to be treated differently is quite wrong. There's no political point scoring. They are dear to my heart. They're here. And they're here to stay. Thank you for letting me back in.
Okay, Alderman Barr. Members, are we all agreed on Alderman Barr's proposal then? Okay, we're going to go back to another vote then. This vote system's getting put to the test tonight. Members, voting is now opened on Alderman Barr's amendment. Okay, members, voting is about to close. Okay, members, once again, the results are in. So we have 21 yes, 14 no, and 3 have abstained. So that is then carried. Members, I have no further lights on, so I'm going to go back then to Councillor McCartan, who has left the room. Oh, there he is there. To wind the motion, thank you.
Disappointing to whom those who fail to bring forward motion of loneliness who are seeking to politicise. However, our group remain committed to addressing the issues and impact on social loneliness. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and your support tonight.
Okay, members all agreed on that one? Okay. So members, that brings us then into confidential business. Can I have a proposer and seconder to go into committee for consideration of the confidential items of business proposed by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor McClellan? Thank you. Members and listeners to the audio feed in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of Council. This means that we will be turning off the public audio feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask the ICT officers to please turn off the audio feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Can I get a proposer and seconder to adopt the decisions taken in committee, proposed by Councillor O'Kane and seconded by Councillor Chris McCartan? Thank you. Members, we have 3 items of AOB, and I am going to pass to Councillor Nelson first for that. Oh, sorry, we're going to... No, sorry, mate. I'm sleeping. That's the end of that. The meeting, yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. First. Sorry, members, it's a very unusual meeting. Councillor Nelson, do you want to...
The food banks.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I'll be brief because my brain is not now working. But
mine either.
Lord Mayor, yes, my item of AOB that I wanted to raise was just the fact that as we approach the winter and we approach Christmas, not only the colder weather, but also as parents prep for Santa, that we as a council obviously do great and good work through our community development team, supporting our charities such as the Vincent de Paul Salvation Army and other groups out in our communities who will identify people who need food support, heat support, etc. And so any other business was to ask officers to look at reaching out to the organisations that we currently support, checking in with them to see is there any boost required, and then bringing that back for members' attention. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Okay, members all agreed on that? Okay, next I'm going to bring in Councillor Flaherty, please.
You'll be glad to know, Lord Mayor, I've cut about 10 paragraphs out of this because we're all getting a bit. I know I'm only joking. Look, I will be very brief because you'll know what I'm talking about anyway because you've heard this 100 times in this chamber. But I just want, and thank you for allowing me to just have a few words. I just wanted to take the opportunity a year on to pay tribute to the incredible determination and commitment of the Ladies with Letters because they've marked 1 year now of their campaign regarding the cervical screening review within the Southern Health Trust. Over the past year, it really has been quite something to watch these ladies, and can I thank the Deputy Lord Mayor for having the committee, as I call them, in for a wee event. It was a very good sort of take a breath, and a good chat was had, which was very useful. I've always told you I was not a lady with letter. I don't know how, but I've been with them in the good times this year, and the monthly meetings were really quite something. But we've also faced terrible grief this year, and we remember Erin and Lindsay, Courtney before her, as we do so. And we must never forget that these ladies were the trigger for this review as part of the cervical cancer audit. I want to encourage women, and this is something that we have to really be quite pronounced with when it comes to, we really do need to commend women for the fight that they've put up here, and also to the courage that they've shown. We have to reflect on what has gone on in the last year, and also, no matter what, we have to encourage women to look after their health. We have to encourage them to go for the new smear test, the new screening programme that is in place. Although different and represents a step forward, it's a modernised screening programme of HPV screening. But honestly, women, ladies out there, if you have any symptoms at all, please present to your GP. I want to say that I stand with the Ladies with Letters in their mission to ensure that every woman can have confidence in the healthcare services they rely on. And I'm committed to supporting them, as I hope we all are, with their call for a statutory public inquiry. Because our work is not done, folks. Our work is never done when it comes to this. So I urge everyone, individuals, community groups, and all public representatives in this chamber, man and woman, to stand with the Ladies with Letters in demanding continued improvement, greater transparency, and the highest standard of care for women's health services. Let this milestone be a reminder of the power of collective voices in the memory of the friends that we have lost and in the lives that we want to save by making sure that this system is better. Please join us. Please join us with this because we really, folks, have a fight on our hands with this one. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Flaherty. I don't see any other lights on, so I'm going to bring in Alderman
Nobody
Tinsley,
cared
please.
about the
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, Remembrance Day is an important memorial day to the many thousands of people across the ABC area who gather at the local war memorials to commemorate the contribution and loss of military and civilian servicemen and women in the two world wars and all worldwide conflicts. Representatives from our council led wreaths at the war memorials. A short service was held and a 2-minute silence observed. A sombre, dignified and respectful time. I was contacted the following day by members of the public who attended some of the services, asking why this council had decided not to post any form of respective remembrance for the service and sacrifice of all those who defended our freedoms and protected our way of life. But rather, our council's social media launched a full day of promoting Santa on tour and the upcoming festive activities. Whoever made this decision, it was totally unwise and disrespectful during this important day of remembrance. I did contact our Chief Executive, who did apologise and explained that our communications are organised ahead of time and programmed to go out 7 days a week. Remembrance Day is held annually and has been commemorated for over 100 years, so I cannot understand why this issue arose. But to ensure that this does not happen again, I would propose 2 points. Number one, that going forward, any promotion on social media for Santa or Christmas campaign is respectively put on hold during Remembrance Sunday. And secondly, that a list is forwarded to the communications team from the Lord Mayor and Chief Executive Office of the small number of annual ceremonial occasions where council members are representing the ABC area. Council must ensure that this does not happen again, and all annual ceremonial events are covered on the day and not a few days later when it's really not appropriate. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Tinsley. I'm going to bring in Alderman Baxter. Thank you.
Just a second, Chair.
Okay, members all agreed on that? Members, I'm going to bring in the Chief Executive for final comment tonight.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, sorry, I was just going back very briefly to the staff presentation. Members, we were trying to schedule this to roll out to staff. We wanted to give you your place to make sure you heard the results of the staff survey first. To defer it for a month will mean it's probably going to be after Christmas. That's going to really impact on that. So with your agreement, what we would suggest is we do the presentation to Governance Committee on Monday night and then we roll it out to staff after that. All members can log on, whoever wants to hear the presentation, but it allows us to be able to roll it out to staff before Christmas. So if you're agreeable to us doing that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, members, that concludes the full council meeting. We've done it before tomorrow, before midnight. Thank you for your patience, and I hope everyone has a safe journey home. Thank you.